Good morning, members of Parliament, support staff, radio listeners, TV viewers, those following via social media, and members of the media. Welcome to this public meeting number 4 of today, Wednesday, October 12, 2022. I would like to give a special welcome to the Minister of Finance, Mr. Artwell Arian, and his support staff. We've established a quorum of 12 members. Please, let's stand for a moment of silence. I've received notice of absence from MP Christophe Emmanuel. And before we go into notifications, I would like to propose we make an exception for MP Marlene to remain seated throughout the public meeting if we would like to address the public due to his medical illness. Is all the member of Parliament okay with that? I see no issue with it. And with that then, does any member of Parliament wish to have the floor for notification? MP George Pontiflet, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the Chair, my colleagues in Parliament, our Honourable Minister of Finance, Mr. Idion, and his staff, those who are viewing and those who are listening. Madam Chair, on a sad note, I want to extend deepest sympathies to the children, the wife, family of my late cousin, Ruben Antonio Pontiflet, better known as Bosco, who passed away. I had the privilege of, when I came to St. Martin many years ago, of living down the street, and we grew up together practically. And one of the things that I always realized with him, besides being physically strong, he was always in a joyful mood. Even though he amputated his leg because of diabetes, still, whenever you had a discussion with him, he was always jolly and encouraging. So on behalf of my wife, my children, and my family, I want to extend to his family, his wife and children, our deepest sympathy and condolences. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Pontiflet. Is there any other member of Parliament that wish to have the floor for notifications? I see no need. MP Marlene? Sorry, you were sitting. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to colleague members of Parliament. A hearty welcome to our Minister of Finance and his delegation, viewers and listeners. And Madam Chair, thank you for the indulgence and understanding because of my medical condition. It is difficult to remain standing for too long at times. Madam Chair, I make use of this opportunity to bring to the attention of yourself, first of all, as Chair, and to members of Parliament and to the community of St. Martin, some developments that have been taking place. And that is the Chair sort of abusing of its authority when it comes to convening meetings. Madam Chair, a few weeks ago, yourself and I had a discussion, a disagreement actually, about convening an urgent meeting. Members of the opposition requested an urgent meeting, and within 24 hours, that meeting was convened. At that time, I told you that it was not necessary, that it was actually not an urgent meeting, but if it is, in the opinion of if the Chair doesn't feel it's an urgent meeting, the Chair can convene it in the regular 2 weeks. The Chair said, absolutely not. I am convening the meeting. And then in kind of harsh remarks to the Minister, said when the Minister asked to postpone the meeting for half an hour because he had a prior commitment with a school, the Chair says, the meeting starts at 3 with or without you. Now here, a member of the coalition asked for a proposal of order and proposes to add an agenda point. What do we see? The Chair walks out of the meeting rather than entertaining that request. A few days before, a week or two before, sometime before, a member of the opposition, the PFP party, requests a proposal of order, and the chair adjourns the meeting and prepares to vote on that request for a proposal and entertains it. And would have entertained it, was it not that the chair lost the quorum. Recently now again, a member of the coalition requests a proposal of order. As I said, the chair walks out and then writes a letter to the requesters of the meeting, an urgent meeting, mind you, and now it is no longer urgent, and the chair finds all kind of excuses to say that the meeting will be convened on the 12th of October in writing. Today is the 12th of October. Am I correct? Yes, today is the 12th of October, and the meeting is not convened, and then we get a letter that a meeting will be convened, I believe it is, on the 17th, and then it will be convened on the 24th. It is a constant back and forth, and this is not the way for the chair to conduct the meeting in a dignified manner. There is a majority in Parliament, in writing have requested an urgent meeting, and in this case, it is to relieve the chair of her services as chair, her responsibilities as chair. Yes, it is something that affects the chair personally, and rather than deal with it in a professional and dignified manner, the chair is constantly moving the goalposts in order to protect themselves, because the Constitution says meetings are convened by the chair. So the chair feels that this gives the chair the opportunity the opportunity to just keep avoiding this meeting and moving the meeting to a further date and a further date and a further date. Today, the agenda has been changed. There is an opportunity to squeeze the meeting in, but there is an opportunity to squeeze the meeting in any time, because I doubt the meeting itself would last, the agenda point would last as long as I have been speaking now. Madam Chair, I hope you will correct this and see that we cannot continue this way. It is just a few days ago we bid farewell to a governor who was there for 12 years, and there was nothing but praise for the manner in which he conducted himself, and it would be a pity that we would have to resort to other measures or means to get the chair to vacate. There is a majority. It's not a position that someone has been elected to. It's a position that we have elected someone in here to. It is not the public that elected the chair. It is members of Parliament. And if a majority says they no longer want to maintain you as chair, then the rightful thing to do is to just vacate the chair. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP William Marlin. Next, we have MP Sarah Westcott Williams on notifications. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. A good morning to you. Good morning to our Secretary General and to all my colleagues. A good morning to the Minister and his entourage, and of course all tuned in to this public meeting of Parliament to deal with some proposed draft ordinances coming from the government of St. Martin. Madam Chair Lady, in preparing for this meeting, I had already decided that on the notifications, my first question, although you can't really be asking questions as such in notifications, but my first comment to the minister would have been, where in the world could you have a situation with the budget and budgets like we have on St. Martin? Where in the world? With this, I mean I'm referring especially to the budget 2022, which from all our understanding has been amended, needed to be amended, has been amended, but the Parliament is to sit back and is expected to wait until the government in contravention of every budgetary law until the government decides, well, it's time that this budget goes to the parliament. I say all of that to recognize that I've understood that this morning, that elucidation why the parliament up until this day of today cannot receive an amended budget 2022. But I've understood, haven't been able to peruse the document yet, that we've received it. So my thanks to the minister. If indeed we get the kind of clarification in that letter, why in contravention of especially our accountability ordinance, this parliament has not yet received an amended budget 2022. Madam Chair Lady, I did not want to belabor notifications, which is in essence not regulated anywhere. It is custom, and it is primarily meant for expressing pleasantries, sadness, condolences, and the like. Madam Chair Lady, we have seen where, and I see nothing necessarily wrong with that, notifications is being used. In fact, I think it is right that we in notifications are allowed to address pending and hot issues on St. Martin. We can't pretend as if everything is good when there are some critical issues that at least this member of parliament feels she should bring forward. And the only opportunity that we have to do that is during notifications, especially in a public meeting, because if you go offline, then you're not sticking to the agenda point, et cetera, et cetera. However, Madam Chair Lady, and it's not the first time that this parliament is going to hear this from me, the matter of proposals of order, because we don't know of a point of order, one. The matter of proposals of order, I've seen some members attempt to actually interrupt speakers to bring forward a point of order, sometimes called a point of order, but it's actually a proposal of order. Madam Chair Lady, as I have expressed to you, this is wrong, and anytime I'm speaking, the only one who can call me to order in one way or another is the chairperson. Madam Chair Lady, the reference is being made, and since this is what has opened this meeting, allow me to give my 2 cents regarding, one, a proposal of order that has been made, read off here, not only made, but to suggest that it be put as agenda point number 1 on an agenda that the point already being handled was in the final minutes of being handled. The only thing that had to happen on that agenda point was that clarifications needed to be provided. That's all. And the ordinance would have been passed or not passed. But that's where we were at. So, Madam Chair Lady, then to come now, and it is so deja vu, all of it, so deja vu, to come and accuse the chair now of being biased. How could any member of parliament worth his or her salt suggest publicly that the expectations of a chair is that he or she complies or primarily functions for a selected few in parliament, namely those who support a coalition? Is that what is being suggested publicly? Madam Chair Lady, yeah. And then a letter comes in to relieve the chair of her duties. Madam Chair Lady, several members and myself a couple of weeks ago, but these kind of correspondences are not mentioned, sent the chair lady a letter for a meeting. You know what the answer of the chair lady was to those members? Well, your request needed to be motivated. What did those members then do, which included myself? Agree. And we turned it back. We sent it back with a motivation. So why do I bring this up now? because, Madam Chair Lady, check the elucidation to the change that was made to the rules of order to relieve a chairperson of his or her duties at any time. Check the elucidation to that. It states that, yeah, that might be necessary in the case of a government change. That's what it states. Paraphrasing it, of course. But, Madam Chair Lady, we members of Parliament, the people of St. Martin, are expected to have taken note of a declaration signed on the 30th of June, a statement by the coalition leaders regarding what this government is doing in order to show their support in Parliament, not a next word. Not a next word. But we need to accept that there's something happening in government, some shifting taking place, and we need, again, just like in the case of the budget, we need to sit back and wait when the government is going to tell us what are they doing. What is this review of the governing program going to be like? You see, Madam Chair Lady, I'm sure there are members in here who would love to jump up and ask the chair whether this is a third round. And I challenge them to do so. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Westcott William. Is there any other member of Parliament? Yes, MP Rolando Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to also have a notification. Indeed, Madam Chair, notifications have traditionally been used to point out certain things. It can be something jovial in nature. It can also be something technical in nature to remind the chair. But when I hear the level of hypocrisy that is spewed before me, knowing what we had to endure at the time with a UD chair that would let a minister of health dodge meeting after meeting after meeting just because one of her coalition members wanted to bring a motion against him, and talks about the neutrality of the chair and the chair not following a coalition. Madam Chair, it is a very simple thing. First of all, with interruptions, that's absolutely not true. The rules of order state that interruptions are to be allowed by means of an interruption, which can be a point of order or a proposal of order. That's in the rules of order, very clearly. Okay? Second of all, proposals of order can be presented by members of Parliament and Madam Chair, as was stated. In the middle of the recess, a faction presented a proposal of order for a meeting that also had to take maybe 10 minutes, just to send some questions to the Council of Advice. And that proposal of order to add an agenda point for a meeting that was already scheduled, already underway, to remove a minister, a motion of confidence, was not met with a gavel being hit and storming out. It was met with a gavel saying, let me adjourn so that I can create the voting list, and the proposal was to be voted on, because that did not interest the individual who was sitting at the chair at the time. And that is something we have to be realistic about. We cannot pretend like there's not a double standard being done here. I have been very clear. This is the absolute last resort of a situation of where I would want to be in. But my thing is not to put the interests of one individual over every single other person in this country. That can't be. And if we want to talk about rules of order, many amendments to the rules of order have been proposed, including to resolve these sort of issues, and it's clear. Regarding the removal of the chair and the elucidation, it states an example. For example, if there's a change of government. It did not say that it is exclusively only if there is a change. That rules of order was changed to adjust the chair for whatever reason if there is a majority that requests that. Nothing about change of government. A total irrelevant stuff from people who came to me when the chair was sending letters without their permission to Curacao. Come to me, boy, when you're going back on as chair. But today they want to pretend like they're defending you. Madam Chair, these people have zero interest in you or your performance as chair. They don't care. They care about causing chaos and confusion. Because when they did not agree, and I defended you when we sent the proposal, the petition to Koharis Group, they had you to kill. When you made a statement regarding the coho, which I defended you on, they wanted you gone. But today, all of a sudden, oh no, the chair, no, we don't have to call that meeting. urgent requests need to be motivated. Madam Chair, this is now beyond an urgent request. It is a public meeting request that has to be called in 14 days, and even that rule, Madam Chair, there are 12 different sections of the rules of order that are being violated right now, including proposal of order rule, meeting request rule, urgent request rule, 4-day time frame, 14-day time frame, and many other sections of the rules of order that are being violated right now. Madam Chair, I just ask sincerely, like I've done personally, like I've done even earlier this week, please reconsider this trajectory you're going on and truly put Swaliga first. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Bryson. Before we continue with the other notifications, I would like to adjourn this meeting for 5 minutes. Seemingly, there's been a bit of a miscommunication, and especially with the dates. So I will adjourn this meeting for 5 minutes to clarify what has just been addressed here today. Meeting adjourned for 5 minutes. Welcome back, members of Parliament. After our brief deliberation, it was clear that the two requests for the agenda point that was placed on the proposal that was placed to have during the 12.5% meeting to relieve the chair, that meeting will be honored in 4 days, this coming Monday at 10 a.m. And as I open that meeting, I will honor the request for the proposal of order. And the meeting based on the UV, the letter that I written to the 8 members requesting to, based on the discussion I had with MP Bryson, that meeting will be honored in the week of the 24th. So seemingly the dates were crossed because I did mention in my first letter that on the 11th I will be honoring the first meeting, the urgent meeting that the 8 members requested, not the 12th, the 11th. And I called one of the requesters stating that we could not honor that meeting on the 11th because it was the day after the solemn meeting, and that the requester then stated, do not honor the meeting this week. Per his request, that meeting was not honored this week and has been moved to the next meeting week. However, the 12.5% meeting where I adjourned will be honored on October 17th at 10 a.m. Now with that, members of Parliament, let's continue with the work of the people. And we start with the agenda point, the 3 agenda points for today. The first agenda point is the draft national ordinance amending the national ordinance taxing businesses turnover in connection with the introduction of an exemption of psychologists. This can be found under IS 883, 2021-2022, dated 11th of May, 2022. Also Parliamentary Year 2021-2022, number 158. The second agenda point is the draft national ordinance adopting the annual accounts of St. Martin for the 2019 financial year. National ordinance establishing annual accounts 2019, Parliamentary Year 2021-2022, number 159, and also under IS 1119, 2021-2022, dated July 5th, 2022. And the final and third agenda point for today is the draft national ordinance establishing the annual accounts of St. Martin for the financial year 2020, national ordinance establishing annual accounts 2020, Parliamentary Year 2021-2022, number 162, and also under IS 1172, 2021-2022, dated August 10th, 2022. We go over now to agenda point 1. The draft national ordinance amending the national ordinance taxing business turnover in connection with the introduction of the exemption of psychologists was received on May 11th. Do we have the wrong? No, we're good? Okay. On May 11, 2022 by Parliament. A Central Committee meeting was held on August 17, 2022 on the subject matter in which the members of Parliament posed their questions and the Minister answered them. A request has been made on the deliberation in the Central Committee meeting and was sent to the government as well as to the members of Parliament. The government answered this report with a so-called Nota van Aanleiding van het Verslag, IS number 061-2022-2023, dated October 7, 2022. All members have received a copy of this draft national ordinance and the Nota naar aanleiding van het verslag, digitally via email, and it can also be found on the P drive. It is good to note that on October 6, 2022, Parliament received a letter from Caroline van Oost on behalf of the professional psychologist, I'm saying psycholoog, established on the island, with information regarding the primary importance of the TOT exemption in supporting the working conditions of their profession on the island. This document is registered as an incoming document IS 060-2022-2023, dated October 6, 2022. All MPs received a copy via email. I would like to first give the floor to Minister of Finance, Mr. Artwell Arian, for his opening remarks and presentation. Minister Arian, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning to the members of Parliament. Good morning to the people of St. Martin. I'll first start with the the draft national ordinance amending the national ordinance tax on businesses turnover in connection with the introduction of an exemption for psychologists. Prior to expounding on the proposed amendment to the TOT ordinance, I would like to comment on the current TOT exemptions for hospitals, medical research, laboratories, doctors, dentists, dental technicians, nurses and midwives, physiotherapists and remedial therapists, chiropractors, speech therapists, dietitians. These exemptions are included in Article 8, Paragraph 5 of the current TOT ordinance. The legislative history of provision shows that the legislator has deliberately opted for an exhaustive enumeration of items mentioned therein. In other words, the legislator only wanted to grant a TOT exemption for those items and nothing more. Psychologists do not appear in the aforementioned exhaustive list. This means that the legislator has deliberately chosen not to exempt psychologists from TOT. However, in the following sheet, the specific legislative amendment and the reason to include a psychologist will be mentioned. The proposed amendment is proposed to amend the TOT ordinance by including psychologists in the exemptions of Article 8, Paragraph 5 of the TOT ordinance. As a result of Hurricanes Irma and Maria, the demand for psychologist services has increased. According to the healthcare sector, psychologists are in practice discouraged from settling on St. Martin due to the low remuneration and the levy of TOT on their services. The latter could possibly lead to a shortage of psychologists on the labor market. Considering the aforementioned arguments, it is proposed as a high exception to also exempt the services of psychologists by means of an amendment to Article 8, Paragraph 5 of the TOT ordinance, where psychologists will also be included in the relevant exhaustive list. This means that the business turnover of psychologists realized as such is exempted from TOT the moment the proposed amendment goes into effect. Members of Parliament, we have come to the end of this particular presentation. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister, for your presentation. I'll await some members of Parliament to sign in for the speakers list. And remember that we have the allotted time of 20 minutes in the first round and 10 minutes in the second round. And the first member of Parliament that wishes to have the floor is MP Sarah Westcott Williams. I'll give you some time to get to your... You have the floor.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair Lady, and thanks to the Minister for the brief introduction of a pretty straightforward proposal. Madam Chair Lady, I am extremely pleased that this matter is now here in its final stages. It is something that not only has the Association of Professional and Allied Personnel or persons in this field been clamoring for a long time. And so I am extremely grateful that the Minister eventually found it prudent to make this small amendment to the turnover tax. And why do I stress this? It's because one of the things that I want to give to the Minister, and it is something that informally we have been discussing, and that has to do with the entire matter of tax reform. So what we have before us now is an amendment to the turnover tax, and as the Minister indicated, to exempting the psychologists and allied professionals from the turnover tax. The Minister has stressed, and it's not the first time, that actually the intention is, or not the intention, the situation we have before this draft law is not one that was overlooked, but rather based on arguments, psychologists and the like were not included in the exhaustive list of exemptions. But Madam Chair Lady, the reason why this matter has been looked at from the very beginning pertains to the fact that when the turnover tax law was adapted by St. Martin, country St. Martin, from what was there, the country of Curacao, for example, still have psychologists included in the exemptions. So if our argument previously as St. Martin was that the need to exempt psychologists from turnover tax was not the case formally, then I'm not sure I want to belabor this draft with the minister having to go find out the question, but would it then mean, for example, that the determination that now, yes, it is warranted to exempt psychologists based on what the minister just explained, would that mean that then the same arguments were used or are being used by Curacao that did not take them out or leave them out of the exemption? If the minister get my question, because if this thing is about they were not exempted because of the circumstances of that profession in terms of the weight of the profession, the stress, the need for psychologists, then I'm asking myself if the minister has any idea or any indication that this was the same motivation used by, for example, Curacao. And why Curacao? Because it's from the Netherlands Antilles that we both adopted what was there for turnover tax and then adjusted it as we went along, clearly. So that would be, but if the minister doesn't have a specific answer to it, I wouldn't, as I said, belabor the issue. But I do want to ask the minister. Minister, with this, firstly, I might have mentioned it to the minister, Madam Chair Lady, in a recent discussion that we had, but if not, I want to mention it now. And that I want to be hopeful that the way that the government is approaching tax reform in its entirety is going to be effective. It's going to be effective within a reasonable amount of time. But Madam Chair Lady, my optimism that this would be the case is becoming less and less. And the reason being that looking back at these comprehensive, elaborate proposals for tax reform, and I think because of the nature, the size, the attempts, the intentions, we haven't really been very successful in the past with approaching tax reform in the way that it is being approached now. Having stated that, that's my feeling, and my feeling is getting strong as we go along. I don't know if this is the way to approach, and then leading me to ask the minister if within the approach to tax reform, and I'm talking organizational-wise as well as system-wise, so our tax inspectorate and the tax system that we have in place right now, if some incremental, low-hanging fruits, and I need to add in here, especially when we look at the elderly in our community, would not be a way to go. So not a massive research and that kind of a situation, but there are some changes, small changes, that can be made that would benefit, and again I want to mention, for example, the elderly in our community, organizational-wise as well as system-wise. And I would just like to know the minister's opinion, position on it. I know until now the government has maintained, and correct me if I'm wrong, the government has maintained, well, we're going to address it all. We're going to address it all. We're going to have a wonderful system, administration, organization, etc. And these are some of the points of departure for a new/amended tax system for St. Martin. So that's where we're going to address it, and that's how we're going to address it. And I'm asking the minister, if the minister does not see, because I do, some openings, even in that process, that some incremental changes can be made to what we have today in terms of, find a way that we can quickly expand our services of the inspectorate to accommodate many persons out there who need a kind of assistance, who need a kind of a guidance, etc., etc. So, Madam Chair Lady, basically it comes down to, especially the latter question, as I mentioned before, the first one to me, not to me, I don't need a minister to answer it right away, but so this, and that being the argumentation that psychologists were purposely, that sounds like a very strong word, but not included in the exemption, and that now that has been revisited to include them. If the minister has any more concrete information regarding that kind of a changed look, a changed vision with respect to exempting, not exempting psychologists. Madam Chair Lady, all of that basically comes down to those two questions, but I am extremely interested in the latter one. I received the update, as I mentioned, during notifications. I received the update from the minister on some of the issues as well as the outstanding issues. And then the minister indicated, and I put this out there, that the amended budget 2022 will arrive at Parliament in the week of October the 17th. Madam Chair Lady, I hope that you would be able to schedule the meeting, giving members of Parliament sufficient time to look at and then, of course, deliberate on the budget that is governing everything that is done now or not done now. That's the budget we're supposed to be operating according to. So, Madam Chair Lady, that third point is just a comment, and I thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. Next, we have MP Ludmila De Weaver. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, Minister, Mr. Grana, Mr. Pales, and my colleague, members of Parliament, as well as the viewing and listening public. Minister, I know that we started this conversation, earlier on in central committees, and I just, even though we have discussed some of this already, there's always comments and questions out there that are the same things that are carried over, and I think for public consumption or public understanding, for clarification, my question is geared around explaining again, basically just repeating a couple of the things that you did last time. Before I go there, I do want to mention that we received a letter from a group of psychologists as well in Parliament, where they are mentioning that the conditions that the psychologists are working under in St. Martin are less than favorable. And when you read it, it's not just about a TOT. It is more than that. And I know that you're not in charge solely of all the less than favorable conditions that they're working under, but this is just the surface. This is just the skimming the surface of the issues that plague us on St. Martin, where we need proper medical attention and care. And with saying that, I do want to mention that one of the other major issues other than TOT that makes it less than favorable is what I'm quoting from the letter, is the fact that SZV takes forever to pay doctors. And that is one of their other complaints in the letter. So this is not coming from me. This is one of the complaints clearly centered around this meeting, preparing us for this meeting today. And now it takes me into the clarification or repeat from the discussion that we've had before, where I don't think it was clear enough for the public. And you can see how this meeting can be, this sort of making this amendment can be, or adding in psychologists and to be covered or exempted from TOT can be misperceived by the public, where they're like, well, why is one group being, allowed to be exempted, but not the rest of us? So I just wanted to see if you could bring that up again, please, to clarify for us why You said it before, but it's just clarification purposes because the same questions come up from the public. Why only psychologists? Why only medical practitioners? Isn't another industry deserving of the same thing? So it's just to clarify what we have gone over previously. And that is about it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP DeWeaver. Next, we have MP Rolando Bryson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning once again to one and all. Much like in the Central Committee meeting, I want to thank the Minister for this piece of legislation, something that has already been noted, being called upon from those within the psychiatric and psychological treatment field. And, you know, we've said in Parliament many times how much, you know, how difficult it is for St. Martin to get these type of professionals to St. Martin, how hard it is for them when they compare, let's say, from their country where they might be earning twice as much. I mean, if we can't at least find some way to continue to attract them to this country, how would we do that? You know, I've known several of them that have left for not just this reason. Yes, you look at it as just 5%, but as a business person, that can definitely shift your margins as a person member. Yes, they are here to help people, but they're here to do business as well. And I think when you look at that specialized function that has such an impact on the lives of our people, especially we've seen how much mental health and has very correctly come to the forefront, where you still hear people misunderstand how common and how important this is prevalent in St. Martin, and that it's not the end of the world. It is not something that you should chastise someone for. It's something that you should give them mental guidance for, so that they too can be part of the society. But if we don't have those professionals here, we will continue to have an issue, and I think this is a very good first step in order for us to continue to get more of them here. There would be questions I would want to ask, Madam Chair, but those would pertain more, let's say, to the Minister of Health. But I would state them just in terms of some considerations that we should continue to have. First of all, aside from the fact that we are offering psychologists a discount to operate in St. Martin now, a discount from tax, and I use the term discount because that's just basically what the average person would understand it to be. But what we also see is a very effective form of treatment is the telecommunication use of treatment as well. For example, you have a very popular website like betterhelp.com, where anyone in St. Martin can create an account and, you know, they get a profile of somebody that can be as simple as a life coach, therapist, and so on, but you also have professionals in the psychiatric field. What would be an interesting question maybe from the Minister of Finance is, does someone that is not operating in St. Martin, but they are providing those services electronically, do they fall in our tax region? So would they be subject to TOT normally? Madam Chair, if that is a question that is maybe too technical in nature, I'm happy to get that in writing because I know the Minister will probably have to discuss with the tax department, but it would be interesting to at least get that in writing. So again, this is geared primarily to psychologists coming to St. Martin. What we know is also happening, because it's so difficult to get many of them, is that we're using their services remotely. So an institution like Turning Point or Mental Health might have some assistance by using technology to have some of these sessions via Zoom. My question is, somebody pays for this service in St. Martin to the mental health, is that subject to TOT or not? Again, Madam Chair, I would like to get that question in writing because that would assist me to maybe have further conversations within the Ministry of the Committee of VSA on that issue, because we need to find as many possibilities to shore up our therapy, psychiatric and psychological work in this country to help ensure that everybody is both physically and mentally fit and enjoying their lives in St. Martin. So, Madam Chair, I thank the Minister once again, and definitely this law will have my support.
Thank you, MP Bryson. It appears we have come to the end of the first round. I would like to now turn the floor over to the Minister to see if maybe you would need some time, or you would need some, should I adjourn? Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we will need some time to gather the answers, but instead of adjourning, can we just continue with the other topics? So in that meantime, the answers can maybe be looked at. In addition to that, is it still possible in a public meeting to merge the two, or is that not possible for the next two agenda points? No? Okay.
Thank you, Minister. Members of Parliament, are we okay with what the Minister is proposing? I see no issue with that. Yes. He wanted to merge the two agenda points, not possible in, yes, two separate laws. Then, members of Parliament, we will now adjourn agenda point 1. And now we will now continue with agenda point 2. And the Minister has a presentation, I see. And I have to get to that. We go over now to agenda point 2. The draft, sorry?
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes?
The presentation, though, does have both, because it was based on the last time we had merged both.
That's not a problem.
Okay.
You can have, that's not a problem, but we would still have to handle both separately. Then we go over now to agenda point 2, the draft national ordinance. And then we will just ask the questions, MPs, for the second national ordinance when we go to that agenda point. So we now go over to agenda point 2, the draft national ordinance establishing annual accounts 2019, which was received on July 5th by Parliament. The Central Committee meeting was held on August 17, 2022 on the subject matter in which the members of Parliament posed their questions and the ministers answered them. A report has been made on the deliberation of the Central Committee meeting and was sent to the government as well as the members. The government answered this report with a so-called nota naar aanleiding van het herverslag. And this can be found under IS 062 Parliamentary Year 2022-2023, dated October 7, 2022. All members have received a copy of this draft national ordinance and a nota naar aanleiding van het verslag digitally via email, and it can also be found on the P drive. I would like to now give the floor over to the Minister to do his presentation on this subject matter. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The agenda is as follows. I will start off by providing insight into the income statements for the years 2019 and 2020 compared to the budget of that specific year. The income statement shows all the income generated and the expenses for the specific years. I will then speak on the balance sheets for the years 2019, 2020. The balance sheet shows the asset and liabilities of St. Martin. I will touch on some highlights noted in the balance sheet for those specific years. I'll also provide you with some general highlights pertaining to both years. I will then state some improvements and achievements made. And lastly, Madam Chair, I will provide you with some information of the financials of the year 2021. On slide 3, you can see the actuals for the year 2019 compared to the budget 2019, and also the actuals for the year 2020 compared to the budget for that year. When looking at the income for both years, the taxes are in both instances more than 20 million gills higher than budgeted. Both years are particular years, as 2019, the economy was picking up after Irma, but in contrary to 2020, we had to deal with the start of the pandemic. Even though in both years, the actuals were higher than the budgeted accounts in 2020, you can see a decrease of 50 million guilders of our tax income as a result of the pandemic. The total income declined with 64 million guilders from 452 million guilders in 2019 to 388 million guilders in 2020. When looking at the expenses for 2019 and 2020, the following is noted. For both years, the total expenses were below our budget. In 2019, there's a positive impairment effect of 20 million guilders caused by the positive effect of the valuation of the subsidiaries of government. However, in 2020, this declined, and we had a negative impairment of about 18 million guilders caused by the effects of COVID. In total, the expenses increased in 2020 compared to 2019 with approximately 96 million guilders. Thus, a decline in revenue plus an increase of expenses in 2020 is the reason for an increase in the negative result to the 180 million guilders in 2020, compared to the negative result of 20 million guilders in 2019. On the following slide, the balance sheet for the years 2018 through 2020 is shown. The asset is shown above and the liabilities below. Biggest movements are mainly the equity, which is declining as a result of the negative results. Furthermore, an increase in the long-term debt as a result of the liquidity support received in the form of loans. Our debt to GDP ratio, as stated in the latest report, is estimated at 60% at the end of 2021. The restructuring of these loans and future repayments has our attention. On slide 5, we'll now go through some general highlights. For both years, Article 25 applied for the year 2019 due to the aftermath of Irma, and in 2020 due to the pandemic. In 2020, we received liquidity support in the form of loans, which led to the primary increase of long-term debt. On a positive note, in both 2019 and 2020, our income was higher than budgeted. The expenses were lower than budgeted in both years as well. However, in 2020, due to COVID, there was a significant increase of expenses that and resulted in 96 million. Reasons were the SRP. The audit opinion received for both years was a disclaimer of opinion on that true and fair view of the financials and an adverse opinion on the compliance. The main improvements are the improved quality of the financial statements and having up-to-date financials. The financial statements is not where they need to be as yet with regard to quality. However, we have made a lot of improvements which were also noted by the auditors. Providing a lot more audit evidence to them, which assisted in them being able to execute the audit procedures, having more updated financials of the subsidiaries to assess the value of them, the auditors having a contact person within the ministry with the necessary technical and operational knowledge at their disposal, the positive effects of the clean up project on specific financial statement line items. We are currently up to date with the financials after completion of 2019 and 2020. Since I came into office, Madam Chair, I have made sure that the process was finalized for the years 2013 up until 2020. This is 7 years. The financials for the years 2013 to 2018 were audited before I came into office. However, the process was never completed, which consists of it going in and making it a law. Having updated financials is key in being able to hold the government accountable, as was previously mentioned by some of the MPs, as the financial statements show the actuals, which can be compared with what was budgeted. Having financial statements discussed 7 years after the year does not make sense, as no one can be held accountable, and that is why it was my goal, and it was for me very important to get the financial statements for St. Martin up to date. In May 2022, the audit was finalized for the 2020 annual report, and we are now discussing it in Parliament 3 months later, which is how it should be. We are now in 2022, and we already have a draft financial report for the year 2021, which is how it also should be. And this is how we plan to continue this in the future. The status of financials 2021. The process of compiling the financials for the year 2021 started in 2022. The annual report 2021 has been approved by the Council of Ministers in September 2022. We hope that this timely trend can continue in the coming years, not only to be able to say we are compliant with the law, however, also for timely accountability purposes. Lastly, the financial management cleanup project led to yet more quality improvement in the 2021 financials. Together with the other projects under financial management, the goal is to continue increasing the quality of the financial statement of St. Martin. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your attention, and members of Parliament. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Minister, for your presentation on Agenda Point 2. I look to the speakers list and I see that Yes, we do. Okay, I'll hold on for some members of parliament to sign in. Remember, members of parliament, in the first round you have 20 minutes and we may only be able to pose questions on the National Draft Ordinance 2019. I give the floor to MP Bryson. MP Bryson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Oh, yeah, still morning. Good morning once again. Madam Chair, it seems this meeting is very recurring, and maybe I think I'm going to sound like a bit of a broken record here, because I continue, maybe in the beginning, to be a little skeptical, to be honest, at first, because I'm like, how is the Ministry of Finance going to be able to keep up this pace? Because I believe when the first financial statements came, was it 2015, 16? Was it 16, if I get a quick nod? Or whatever the first year was that was handled by this minister, I thought to myself immediately that it must have been, okay, maybe this was just something that was basically sitting there and he had to bring it to Parliament. But let's see if he's going to actually be able to keep up this pace. When I say he, together with his ministry, of course. And what we've seen, Madam Chair, is that successive years that have been pending for a very long time, of course, there were challenges with Irma, etc. We had our own challenges with COVID-19. But nonetheless, what we see is that there has been a consistent effort to get there. My question to the minister would be, if he can summarize for us, what can maybe the government and the parliament learn from this? What are some of the things that allowed the ministry to function so well? What are some of the best practices that you can share with other ministries that allows something like this, things that have been pending for a long time, to finally be executed? I can imagine capacity might be one of the things. I would imagine maybe stability. The fact that you have one consistent minister that has consistently said, okay, tell me what you need in order to fulfill these financial statements. I would like to hear from the minister some of those points. Tell us the story of how we got here today, to the point where if the members of parliament approve, we are basically up to date with financial statements, with the exception now of the final year, which I can imagine is on its way as per the 2021 statements that were mentioned. But Madam Chair, I also would like to know from the minister, because it seems that, to deflect from the success of the handling of financial statements, mind you, I have always said that it is extremely challenging for a parliament to handle a budget without having at least something in the last 2 years or 3 years in terms of financial statements to go by. What I mean is, Madam Chair, we have those that are clamoring, and I agree, I would love the budget amendments and the 2023 budget, etc., to be with Parliament. But it certainly helps my job as a member of Parliament much more, having financial statements, so that I can say, wait, now I have 2020 here, and now we're dealing with an amendment for 2022. Now we can connect the policies, we can connect the increases, were there budget overruns, are we underestimating the need of this particular budget post? Madam Chair, for 12 consecutive years, this Parliament has been unable to manage a budget that way. And that is where it's important. Again, the deflection is, yeah, but the budget ain't here yet. But the financial statements that help us manage our budget are here. But Madam Chair, maybe the minister can help me with a little research. Can the minister maybe just give me the month and the year for when the budgets and have been submitted to Parliament, or let's say approved by Parliament? So let's say the 2011 budget of the country was handled in this month of 2012 or whatever. Give us a nice little timeline, because maybe some need a refresher of how we got here today and how insurmountable a task was in front of us, but nonetheless we're finding a way to clear up the backlog that have been caused for many reasons. And Madam Chair, also in terms of the financial statements, the minister we've had, let's see, 11, 12, 13, and at a certain point we had to step in, with this government had to step in and now get them back on track. Can we also get a timeline, so to speak? 2013 was done in this year, 2014, etc. I can understand that it'll be a little bit of research for your team, but I think that information will vindicate your team as well, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, that they can all see the fruits of the hard work I can imagine they had to put in over the last 2 years to make this happen. I see you have the Secretary General with you. I can imagine he is part of that process as well. Your entire team within the Ministry of Finance deserves amazing kudos. I don't think the public or the people of St. Martin or even others in government can imagine what has to go through to cover such a long, insurmountable amount or seemingly insurmountable, because we had previous ministers that had this challenge and tried. But was it instability? Was it all type of other things that made their priorities go in another direction? I think it is important to highlight yet another example of where those that would like to see confusion in the government or instability or vote against for voting against sake, where that type of behavior actually would have prevented this sort of necessary work, complying with our constitutional responsibility to have sound financial management, that those type of things would have caused these to not have happened. So it is good that we continue to do the people's work. I do look forward to then making use of these financial statements to then properly analyze the budgets that are on their way. And Madam Chair, I just wanted to ask again with regards then to the 2022, 2021, the minister is saying first draft is ready. Version 2 will be available mid-August. If the minister can just confirm, what about the audit side of it? So has the SOAB and the General Audit Chamber audits, have those been, how far are those with regards to the 2021? And Madam Chair, again, to the Ministry of Finance, to all of you that have put in this work, at least I think every member of Parliament would agree that you deserve kudos. Sometimes you say you don't give people kudos for just doing their job, but I would imagine they have done above and beyond, extra hours to be able to make this happen, and they deserve all the credit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Bryson. Next, we have MP DeWeaver. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you once again, Minister and your team, for doing your job. My question is just going to be very short. In the highlights you had, you talked about an adverse opinion SOAB on compliance. If you can just give us some general information on what they mean by that, what kind of compliance, on what, which area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP. Yeah. I'll adjourn for, I'll hold on for a minute. Go ahead. That's the list you use, yes. Next on the speakers list, we have MP William Marlin. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning still to one and all. Madam Chair, I am making use of this opportunity not to ask the Minister 62 or 33 questions, but to publicly commend him for a job well done. He and his team, earlier today, we heard some angry remarks being made in the direction of the same group of people, but I am proud to join those that say kudos to you, hats off, job well done. Usually when we looking at the functioning of government, there's a few ministries that people single out as those that are constantly in the limelight, those that get the attention, the ministers that get the opportunity to do projects and to do this and to do that and to be constantly in the people's face. And the Ministry of Finance is usually played down and looked upon as a stepchild in government that actually the minister is there to make sure that there is money on the budget. So when others want to pave roads or build schools or take care of public health matters and education and study financing, that the money is there. There's hardly ever any mention being made of the Minister of Finance need money to do something for the Ministry of Finance. And in this case, work that has been there for many years, criticisms that we had to endure one government after another, is finally brought to the floor. The minister did not react like, hey, this happened before my time, I came and met it here. The minister took on the responsibility, and he made promises that he will get it done, and he has stuck to it. In closing, Madam Chair, I believe one of the reasons as well that the minister was able to get it done is because of the stability that we have had so far in government, where there may have been good intentions on the part of other ministers, not only of finance, but of all different ministries in getting certain things done. But before you can get to it, the government falls, we have snap elections, or we change the government, and that minister is gone. And in this case, I guess that has contributed as well to the fact that this minister was able to bring us thus far. Minister, congrats to you and the team, and we look forward to the next accounts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Marlin. Next, we have MP Sarah Westcott Williams. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, once again. Madam Chair Lady, thanks to the Minister for his presentation on these annual accounts. Madam Chair Lady, the keeping track, and the last time the Minister indicated in response to a question of mine that it is primarily the St. Martin Civil Service that has been dealing with the matter of the annual accounts. That was the minister's response, which is a good thing. If in essence that is the case, then that's a very good thing. Madam Chair Lady, however, the annual accounts, the updating of the annual accounts is part and parcel of the country package. And thus, considering that the last report that was out goes back to the one of, I think, ending May, is there any information around the annual accounts from theme A, I believe it is, where the annual accounts are mentioned, that the minister can provide an update on? And yeah, with respect to the whole matter of the country package and this theme in particular, and where are some of the other matters that are mentioned? How is that going? If the minister, from his perspective, can give us an update where that is concerned. Because as you know, while there's a lot of, I don't want to use the word rumbling, but that's kind of what it is with respect to the coho and the replacement of the coho. All of these things tie in. We're talking country package, TWO, coho, yes, no, and then what is happening on the floor. And what the minister has just presented for the annual accounts, financial statements, if you wish, for 2020 and 2021, or no, 2019 and 20. And so I would like the minister to give us that picture surrounding this particular item in the country package. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. It appears that we have ended the speakers in the round one of agenda point 2. I would like to take a brief 5-minute adjournment, Minister, and then we'll come back to the meeting. Okay, meeting adjourned for 5 minutes. Welcome back, members of parliament. After a brief discussion with the minister, and as agreed previously, we will now adjourn agenda point 2 and move over to agenda point 3. Agenda point 3 has to do with the draft national ordinance establishing the annual accounts of St. Martin for the financial year 2020. National ordinance, should I adjourn? I would have to adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes. Meeting adjourned. Welcome back, members of Parliament. I will continue now with Agenda Point 3, which is the draft national ordinance establishing the annual report of St. Martin for the financial year 2020, National Ordinance establishing annual accounts 2020. This can be found under Parliamentary Year 2021-2022, number 162, and also under IS 1170, Parliamentary Year 2021-2022, dated August 10, 2022. The draft national ordinance establishing annual accounts 2020 was received on August 10, 2022 by Parliament. A Central Committee meeting was held on August 17 on the subject matter, in which the members of Parliament posed their questions and the Minister answered these questions. Bless you. A report was made on the deliberation in the Central Committee meeting and was sent to the government, as well as the members. The government answered this report, and with the so-called nota naar aanleiding van het verslag, I keep saying verslacht, but anyway. IS number 063, Parliamentary Year 2022-2023, dated October 7, 2022. All members have received a copy of the draft national ordinance and the nota following the final report, and the nota naar aanleiding van het verslag digitally via email, and it can also be found on the P drive. Because the Minister already did a presentation on the 2020 budget, the financials. So I would now turn the floor to Parliament to see if anyone would like to write. I'll give you a few minutes to write in on the speakers list, then we can pose questions on this agenda point. And note, members of Parliament, we have 20 minutes in the first round, and the first member of Parliament to speak is MP Rolando Bryson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, or we almost afternoon, 2 minutes away. Good afternoon in advance. Madam Chair, with the 2020 financials, again, I can imagine when the Minister did his presentation, of course, you highlight what is very obvious, that there was a very big deficit in 2020's financials. Now, what I found interesting when I look at the 2020 financials, you have 2020 where there's a very clear deficit and a very clear indication that even though there were efforts to, reopen or do like a kind of a weighted opening during COVID-19, etc., sincere efforts, SSRP and so on, there's clearly a decline in income. And why I highlight this is because that was just barely 2 years ago that you had a complete stop, basically, in our economic activity. And what I'm getting at with that is, to my point I said earlier, if I have a 2023 budget in front of me, I would likely go back to, let's say, the last 4 years of financial statements and use that to analyze what, in my opinion, is necessary for 2023. So my question to the Minister of Finance is, if you look at the 2020 financials that show such a harsh and sharp deficit, does the Minister think that within 2021's financials, I know that hasn't come yet, but based on the prognosis of 2021 and now 2022, do we really believe, or what are the challenges from the ministry to be able to present now a balanced budget in 2023? When just in 2020, you see a huge effect on our ability to collect. And is it realistic? We now have the official financials, the numbers are in. We have a situation that we did not cause on ourselves. It was a global pandemic. Is it realistic that just 2 years later, everything is back to normal? Everything is okay. And it was interesting that this question, this agenda point came now. And what we see in the front page of the newspaper today is that the Kingdom Council of Ministers, in their opinion apparently, everything's back to normal. Madam Chair, through you, can the Minister please send the 2020 financials to the Rijksministeraat, maybe via the GEFMIN? Maybe they can also take a look at these figures and not just go based on what CFT is saying about what is necessary. Because maybe they too need to look at the financial situation that has now been audited and confirmed that 2020 was a very rough year, arguably worse than 2017 for the mere fact that the hurricane did not affect the entire world. In other words, 2020's pandemic affected our budget, but it also affected the budget of everyone in the world. No one was traveling. No one was investing. No one was coming here to buy condos. And do we really believe that just coming off of that 2020, one of the most difficult years we've had to have, we have the financials now in front of us, and we're supposed to believe that 2023 is going to be all good? Madam Chair, I just really would like some comments from the minister on this. I don't want to put him in a position where he needs to comment on a budget that I believe is still being drafted, but some type of indication from the minister on where are we going with this, and is 2021, because again, if I'm looking at a 2023 budget, I'm going to be looking at 2021 financials. Is 2021, based on what the trajectory going, showing, well, everything was hunky-dory, that we bounced back already 1 year after, or actually still in the middle of a pandemic? Did we bounce back fully in 2021? Or is that also looking really grim in terms of our financial ability to sustain ourselves with a balanced budget, with no liquidity support? Madam Chair, when the financials are done as part of the process, as per the Rijkswet Financieel Toezicht, we have an interesting role of the CFT. The CFT advises the government, okay? And they make advices and they say that, you know what, we think your budget should be like this, or they can also verify, let's say the General Audit Chamber would look at our financial statements, SOAB, you have all these different checks and balances. But the CFT advises the government. My question is, Madam Chair, at what point does the CFT, let me ask it another way. Being that all of these financial statements are now coming forward, does the CFT take any of that? So the real financial situation as audited and presented and approved by the Parliament of St. Martin, is that taken into account before they advise the government on what a budget should or should not be? That I would like to know as well. Madam Chair, I once again, though, need to echo what I said in the earlier agenda point, that with this, we would basically be up to the 2020 financials approved by the country and by the Parliament of St. Martin. We would then be well on our way to have the last year that is still pending, 2021, I believe, in terms of the official deadline. Yeah, we're past it, but it is possible that maybe we might close this year or close this parliamentary year at least with those financial statements having been handled. That in itself seems to be the trajectory. So I do have to once again say that it is great that going forward, if we can have a proper budgetary cycle of financial statements are here, then the budget is here. There's months in between those dates, which have been carefully put within the accountability ordinance for a reason. May 1st for financial statements, September for budget. That gives the members of Parliament time to really analyze, okay, what did we really spend in the year before, and what do we need to budget for the following year? So again, this is a great step to the budgetary oversight as per Article 100 of our Constitution that we swore to uphold, and this is what we need to continue to look at as members of Parliament, that we are now being given the tools to do our job even better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Bryson. Next, we have MP Sarah Westcott-Williams.
Madam Chair, Lady, thank you once again. The Minister made his presentation for the 2019 and 2020 financials together. So, Madam Chair, Lady, I would like the Minister, because it is evident from the numbers provided that the deficit for 2020 is the highest ever. It's higher than the 2017, definitely higher than 2018. So it's the highest deficit ever. And while the Minister gave some rough indications why, for example, mentioning that the deficits for 19, so 2019 and 2020, are caused by both drop of income and increased expenses. and then the amounts are mentioned. So in 2019, we had the deficit of 20 million, and in 2020, 180 plus million. Can the minister provide a compilation / summary of the items that have led to this deficit? Because there's nowhere in the presentation, of course, I could go and pull them out line items, but I want a total overview, compacted, of the items that have caused the deficit, especially because that's the agenda point for right now, especially the deficit of 2020. That's my first question, Madam Chair Lady. And the minister can say, well, okay, I'll provide it for the items that have helped cause this 2020 deficit. I can compile it and put it for those over 50,000, 100,000, whatever it is, but a compact overview of the collective items that have led to the deficit experienced or recorded for 2020. Secondly, Madam Chair Lady, if the minister can go in, it's not the first time, the minister would recall that a couple of, I guess it's months now even, when the CFT kept insisting that by 2023 there should be a balanced budget. And I indicated to the minister, and I could still see the minister shaking his head in approval when I said, to me, that is a mission impossible to start on. But I also commented and stated to the minister that I think we need a solid case to prove that for us, even thinking that we can comply with that would be a wrong approach. And so now, again, the headline of this morning was clear. I asked through you, Madam Chair Lady, the minister, if these type of discussions, which do not only include the financial aspects, but also economic aspects, social aspects, climate change, matters that the Dutch government wants us to join with them in presenting for the kingdom. And are we saying that, are we working on being able to present that picture, that it actually does not work like that? Are we, and I'm looking actually for the word, sluiten aan, are we joining, are we going along with the thrust of many countries and islands here in the region when it comes to the debt crisis vis-a-vis climate change? Are we trying to get on that bandwagon? Because it is out there. It is known. I mean, countries much, much larger than us. We cannot today operate in the same jacket, in the same stramine that we have been operating in all the time. The rules that were established, when we're going to have a balanced budget or not, we cannot continue to operate. I don't want to use the overused phrase of thinking or acting outside of the box, but the jacket that we are supposed to operate in, the stramine that we're supposed to operate in, we cannot. No one can. And I wonder if this type of a story, and not just a story, not just a narrative, but a case for St. Martin based on those circumstances and that environment, if anything that is being done by government is going in that direction, is my question to the minister as well. And I thank you, Madam Chair Lady. That's all I have.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. Next, we have MP George Ponteflet. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the Chair, my colleagues in Parliament, Honorable Minister of Finance and the support staff, persons that are viewing and those that are listening by the available medium. Madam Chair, I have to echo the sentiments also of my colleague when he spoke about the issue of commending the minister and his cabinet on a tremendous job that has been done, and definitely in order to get the financial accounts up to date. Those of us that listened to the speeches by both the outgoing Governor, Dr. Eugene Holiday, and the incoming Governor, Mr. Ajamu Bailey, LLM, we realized that one of the things they talk about also is the issue of financial management, which I think for us is very important. So I have to, again, commend our minister and his staff on a job well done, and of course, much more work ahead. Madam Chair, the issue of the tax, I think, taxes came in regards to low-hanging fruits. And since we're talking financial accounts and so on, I believe this is relevant. There was a budget, I believe, requested or wanted to be, the former minister at the time, Minister Richard Gibson, wanted to have a budget of 40 million guineas, I believe, to revamp the tax office, if I'm correct. If not, let me know. What has happened to that? Who has decided for this not to be placed on the budget, a place for discussion in order to have that very needed office updated in a manner in which it can function properly in order to ensure that those who are dodging from paying their taxes do so, because, Madam Chair, I've always been consistent when it comes to the issue of government needs finances in order to meet its responsibilities, its social responsibilities. So, Madam Chair, that 40 million guilders that is needed to revamp the tax office, what has happened to that? Madam Chair, also the issue of, was mentioned, drop in income and so on, and expenses have increased. And when I heard my colleague, M.B. Bryson, talk about the statement made where the Council of Ministers, the Dutch Council of Ministers, RMR, based on, I believe, a letter from the State Secretary, has decided that no more deviation will be allowed. So in other words, we must have a balanced budget by 2023. And you all know exactly my stance on where that's concerned. And it was said by a former colleague, it is definitely impossible. Even statements were made by IMF and so on with regards to probably the next 4 or 5 years before we can come to the point where we can even talk about getting close to a balanced budget. So I do not know why the safety is remaining consistent on that nonsense. But Madam Chair, I have to quote an article of the editorial today that came out talking about a fighting chance, a fighting chance. And I quote, "The Dutch Caribbean countries must have balanced budgets in 2023. The Kingdom Council of Ministers confirmed, see related story, by rescinding exemptions granted due to the COVID-19 pandemic. That won't be easy, and in all 3 cases, to a large extent, depends on how their respective dominant hospitality industries do. The current global inflation crisis and supply chain disruptions caused by war in Europe were apparently not considered enough reason to extend suspension of the no deficit rule no longer than planned. However, that option remains open in a case of new calamity. While the tourism economies of Curacao, Aruba, and St. Martin are indeed rebounding well, there is growing concern about the liquidity loans that start maturing in October next year and the Hague's refusal so far to discuss any refinancing. This matter came up again during the recent Interparliamentary Kingdom Consultations, IPCO. Various members of Parliament, MPs, including St. Martin's George Pantoflet of National Alliance, have repeatedly requested forgiveness of related debts altogether by turning the monetary assistance provided into grants, while others call for more time to settle them. This is something the Netherlands should seriously consider to offer the governments in Willemstad, Oranjestad, and Philipsburg a bit of breathing space under these still difficult circumstances as they work to get their public finances in order. These are very uncertain times when making ends meet is hard enough without having to start repaying loans taken under emergency conditions. It would at least give the islands a fighting chance. Madam Chair, I mention this because the whole issue is there is no way that we will to meet the request of the CFT. And I go back again to the job that has been done by the minister and his support staff. And I know for sure, Madam Chair, that the work ahead is not easy, but I believe with the support that we'll get from those that are working with them will definitely bode them well. I mentioned quite some time ago that financial accounts, Madam Chair, even in the formulas and tallies, as to how the process was, that because of many years of not doing anything with them, it was completely canceled, let me put it this way. So I want to commend the minister and his staff on the consistency in ensuring that within short, we'll be able to meet the deadlines as to the submitting of financial accounts, which would also give the government a better picture as to the finances of the government of St. Martin. Having said that, Madam Chair, I thank you.
Thank you, MP Pontiflet. Next on the speakers list, we have MP Ludmila De Weaver. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Nothing makes me happier than when we continue proceeding or carrying on where we have an elevated level of financial talks here. And Minister, your staff started it last year when we had 3 representatives from the Ministry of Finance that sat down with Parliament and taught Parliament about the importance of budgeting, where I mentioned even a comment to them about ministries and ministers owning their budgets so that when they come here, it's even easier for them to defend it when they're bombarded by all the questions that we have when it comes to budget debate. Now, in saying that, I have a very short, again, like everything has been, and direct to the point today from me, Madam Chair. I would just like the minister to explain the importance of financial statements being done and how they are used in the creation of a budget. Because we have been talking today about a significant amount of years being finalized. And I would like to explain to not only my colleagues, but the persons listening, tuning in here, and who will end up going back to it, of what is the connection between completed financial statements and the preparation of the budget? How important is it when you are preparing the budget, especially as we're coming up to 2023 budget? Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP De Weaver. I see that MP De Weaver is the final speaker in round 3 of the meeting. Round 1 of this agenda point 3. I would like to adjourn agenda point 3. I'm looking at the minister to go back to agenda point 1 for the answers, minister. Shall we? Okay, then I'll take a 3-minute, 15, sorry. Okay. I'll take a 10-minute adjournment. Meeting adjourned for 10 minutes. A pleasant good afternoon, members of Parliament. Welcome back. We just finalized the first round of agenda point. Agenda point 3. We're now going to adjourn agenda point 3 and move over and reconvene and open agenda point 1 to allow the minister the opportunity to answer the questions posed in round 1 of agenda point 1. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start with answering the questions from MP Sarah Scott Williams. As I mentioned during my presentation, I indicated why St. Martin came to the proposal. In Curacao, exactly the same applied as St. Martin with regard to the OBE exemption for psychologists. It was initially not included in the list of OBE exemptions. In Curacao, the OBE exemption for psychologists has been introduced in 2013 through Landsverordening tot aanpassing van de omzetbelasting, het formele belastingsrecht en aanverwante belastingsverordening. En Landsbesluit van de 24 april 2013, nummer 13. The following answer. My intention as provided to Parliament in writing is to provide for information purposes a presentation to the Finance Committee of Parliament on the tax reform during the first week, December. This presentation will include also include low-hanging fruit, as the Member of Parliament also mentioned in her, I believe, in the opening remarks, that I have also provided members of Parliament with basically a quarterly update on some hot topic items that Parliament we have discussed within the last year, and some updates on those. One of which was the Budget Amendment 2022, an update on Budget 2023, update the banking law that MP Bryson asked about, and a couple other topics. In the previous CC, we also mentioned the trajectory of the tax improvements legislation that should be drafted next year. So I'll just briefly go over that again. And this year we had a meeting on tax reform. In that meeting, we discussed taxes that, potential taxes and so forth that could be applied in St. Martin. Out of that meeting in Parliament, we took the recommendations and feedback, and I instructed the ministry that we'll take a different approach this time, where we'll first create the position of the Ministry of Finance, which we did, in discussion with a couple of stakeholders. With that position, we then went to the Council of Ministers, where the ministers had a few weeks to give their feedback, comments, and so forth. With that, then we had and approved by the Council of Ministers. With that, then we had the position of the Council of Ministers. And from there, we went on to, with that document, we had a full week of discussions with different stakeholders from SHTA, Bankers Association, Tax Committee, different departments within the different ministries, and so forth. A full week, in addition to also making contact with the French side in relation to some taxes and so forth. We also have a meeting scheduled with them, another meeting scheduled with them for November. And we now have also incorporated the feedback from the stakeholder sessions prior and the one included in the full week of stakeholder sessions. That feedback is being incorporated where necessary to then have that final working document, the position document, that would then come to Parliament to be discussed, and hopefully in a Committee of Finance or any CC. And then with that, we then have a discussion with Parliament, also get the feedback from Parliament, and then we will then move on from there, incorporate that feedback and sentiments from Parliament to then continue to draft in the laws. So again, that is the trajectory in terms of the tax improvements. And now move on to the answer to MP Lumina de Weaver. The legislative history shows that Article 8, Paragraph 5 of the TOT Ordinance includes an exemption for a number of exhaustively listed medical services, in addition to then existing exemption for hospitals. That was the legislature's wish. As a high exception to this, it is proposed to only add psychologists to this list. The tax policy in the context of the reform of the tax system is aimed, among other things, at broadening the tax base by abolishing as many deductions, exemptions, and special regimes as possible. In short, measures aimed at substantial reduction of tax expenditure. This is also in accordance with the so-called country packages, SMARTA. Considering this, it does not fit with the introduction of another exemption in the TOT legislation of SMARTA. And now move on to the question from MP Bryson. Pursuant to Article 2, heading and Part B, second point of the TOT ordinance, are taxable. Business turnovers realized by entrepreneurs residing or established outside of the taxable area in the context of their business through the provision of services. Insofar as the services are enjoyed within the taxable area, St. Martin. In this case, the relevant services are enjoyed in St. Martin. Consequently, those services are subjected to TOT. That's the answers to the questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers in round 1 of Agenda Point 1. I now turn the floor over to the members of Parliament for clarifications. Any members of Parliament wish to have the floor? I see MP Westcott Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Just briefly, Madam Chair Lady, if the Minister can indicate or provide the argumentation used in 2013 for the Curaçao government/parliament to include psychologists under the exemption article of the turnover tax, please.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. Any other member of Parliament wish to have the floor for notifications? Clarifications? No, I see no need. Minister, would you like to respond to the clarification of MP Westcott Williams?
Yes, MP, can I send it in writing to you? Or you want it in this meeting in particular?
MP?
Madam Chair Lady, if I may respond
Yes,
via you to the question
Yes.
of the Minister. If the Minister doesn't have it readily available, I have no problem with it being provided in writing.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. Members of Parliament, we have come to the end of round 1, and we now move over to round 2 of Agenda Point 1. And I now give the floor to MP Westcott Williams if you would like to ask any additional questions on this matter.
No need, Madam Chair Lady.
Next, we have MP De Wever. No need.
I need, Madam Chair.
And last, we have MP Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick remark. I want to thank the Minister for that clarification on the interpretation of the taxable area. So the fact that psychologists working away from St. Martin but still rendering services to St. Martin, even that service, putting aside the fact that they would be helping St. Martiners with their mental health situations and being able to shore up the existing Turning Point Mental Health Foundation, Key to Freedom and others, that actually on top of that, that they are taxable and there would be an income from allowing those type of services to be provided. And Madam Chair, that information certainly helps, which I would then say maybe with the Committee of VSA that we explore this further with the Minister of VSA, because this is a very expedient method using technology to help more people get the services they need within all of these different institutions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Bryson. Minister, would you like to respond to MP Bryson's statement, or? Then, members of Parliament, we have come then to the end of the deliberation of this agenda point, and according to Article 57 of the Rules of Order, we now go over to the voting of the draft National Ordinance amending the National Ordinance taxing business turnover in connection with introduction of an exemption for psychologists. This can be found again under IS 883, Parliamentary Year 2021-2022, dated 11th of May 2022, and also on Parliamentary Year 2021-2022, number 158. We will vote on Article 1 and 2, the title, the consideration, the draft in its entirety. Does any member of Parliament wish to have hoofdelijke stemming? Roll call. Hoofdelijke stemming. 1 minute. Number is 10, and I will give the floor over to the Secretary General for the voting.
MP Rayan Peterson.
For.
MP Hyacinth Richardson.
For.
MP Angelique Rameau.
For.
MP Ludmila de Weaver.
For.
MP Sarah Westcott Williams.
For.
MP Christophe Emmanuel. MP Akeem Arundel.
For.
MP Siddharth Bijlani.
For.
MP Rolando Bryson.
For.
MP Chanel Brownbill.
For, Madam Chair.
MP Solange Duncan.
For.
MP Melissa Gums.
For.
MP William Marlin. MP George Pantoflet.
For.
Chair Lady of Parliament Grisha Helga Martin.
For. We have 14 for and 0 absent, against. And according to Article 88, Section 1 of the Constitution of St. Martin, Parliament shall notify the
Point of
government.
order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, I think it was just a
No, I meant,
clarification. Sorry.
I cleared it. It's
Okay.
14 for and 0 against. Yes. According to Article 88, Section 1 of the Constitution of St. Martin, Parliament shall notify the government that Parliament has approved this draft law in its public meeting of today, Wednesday, October 12, 2022. We go over now to agenda point 2, and we now give the floor over to the Minister for the answers posed in round 1. You need 5 minutes? Minister, I'll give you 5 minutes. Meeting adjourned for 5 minutes. Welcome back, members of Parliament. I now turn the floor over to the Minister of Finance for the answers to the questions posed on Agenda Point 2. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start with a question posed by MP Bryson. His question related to was posed, can you summarize for us what the government share with us, what allows us to be able to execute the tasks, dealing with the backlogs and so forth. MP Bryson, and I must say, in the break that we had, we also had a few comments from some civil servants within the ministry in regarding to doing our job and so forth, and they indicated that they wanted to be clear that yes, they are doing their job, but in addition to doing their job, they are doing more than just their job, because to take up the task of dealing with the seven financial statements, in addition to the, working through a pandemic, which they did, having everything up to date, even SRB saying that in the Dutch Caribbean islands, St. Martin, when we delivered in 2021, will be the most up to date between the 3 islands. Dealing with the country packages is also the same civil servants dealing with all these same topics. As we know, capacity is one issue. So yes, that's a comment that they wanted to clarify, that they're not just doing their job. In their opinion, they're doing more than just their job. What we did do is that we've set up different task force in regards to this. So we also have had an auditor specifically on this team. We've also set up a team of auditors to help deal specifically with that project, deal with the backlog, and have access in the office, in the building, where they had access to all the different departments, also a direct link to SOAB, so they didn't have to come back to the cabinet every time. And that process has been working, also with direct access to the SG. And on top of that, constant updates. So on a quarterly basis or a monthly when necessary, continuous updates on where we're at. And if we're not reaching the target line, setting a new target line, the reasons why we're not reaching. And also updating the CFT on time also on these deadlines. Next question, how far are we with the financial statements once these ordinances are approved? We will then be up to date and will be able to focus on a timely audit of the previous year, 2021, and also the current year, 2022. The MP asked for the budget when they were handled in Parliament. We weren't able to get all of this in the time, but we will send this to you in writing if possible. What we can state for you is the audits, actually. So the year 2013, the audit completed, SOAB completed the audit 2014. It was published in 2020, December 2020. 2014, SOAB completed the audit in 2015. It was published in 2020, December. 2015, SOAB completed the audit December 2016. It was published April 2021. 2016, SOAB completed the audit in 2018. It was published in May 2021. 2017, SOAB completed the audit in 2021. It was published in March 2022. 2018, SOAB completed the audit in 2021, also March 2022. 2019, SOAB completed the audit February 2022, and we are here discussing that now. In 2020, SOAB completed the audit in May 2020, and we are also here discussing that now. So we have at least timelines of the audits. How far are we with regards to audit 2021? The financial statements for the year 2021 is being audited by SOAB as we speak. They started their audit in Q2 of 2022. They plan to finalize their work in November 2022. SOAB and the audit chamber are not auditing parallel, but consecutive. Audit chamber is expected to finalize their vetting in December. And now move on to the question by MP Lumila DeWeaver. in answering her question in regards to the adverse opinion, SOAB executes an audit on both the true and fair view of the financial statement and the compliance within the applicable laws and regulations. One example, as stated in the report from SOAB for issuing an adverse opinion on the compliance aspect is, for example, the fact that certain financial statement line items have been included in the annual report based on a cash base instead of an accrual basis, as included in the law. The reason for doing this is to be able to provide a true and fair view of the financials. However, this leads to the financial statement not being compliant with the law. The cleanup project will address this matter. Other examples include the fact that the disclosures of certain financial statement line items are not as elaborate as it needs to be in accordance with the law. As we are improving the quality of the financials, our focus will be on further improving the disclosure aspect, and we'll be able to in line with the disclosure requirements. I now move over to the question and answers by 4 MP Sarah Scott Williams. The MP asked a question in regards to theme A from the country package. The annual accounts of the 2021, MP wanted some feedback on what the comments were in theme A in regards to the annual accounts of 2021. The annual accounts of 2021 are in time this year, but also the quality has increased from year to year, with the largest step from 2020 to 2021 because of the clean of the databases. And those databases were the accounts receivables as well as the accounts payable. The MP asked if I could give an update on the coho or the replacement of the coho. MP, in preparing for this meeting, I did not prepare for an update on the establishment of the coho or the replacement. However, at this moment, an alternative proposal from the island, Curacao, Urban St. Martin, has been sent to the State Secretary of Bezica. And that were all the answers for 2019, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister, for the responses to the questions posed in agenda point 2 of the first round. I'd like to now turn the floor over to the members of Parliament if you have any clarifications. MP De Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I would just like to get a little bit of an understanding from the Minister on the timing of how long you think it would be to do the transition from cash basis to accruals basis. Normally, if I remember correctly, I think like cash basis is something that you use like in the beginning when you're starting up. So I just wanted to get a little bit more background on how long we had been doing it like that, if it was always like that, and just the timing of how long it would take to transition. Because you see already that you've done so much, progress, that I would hate to see that we get left back for a change in it. We get delayed again because you're changing from cash basis to accruals basis. So I think that's maybe hopefully something that could be answered here pretty quickly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP De Wever. Any other member of Parliament wish to have the floor for clarifications? I see no need. I now turn the floor over to the Minister for your response. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't have an exact timeline right now. We are trying to improve every year, and that's one of the reasons why we keep on getting the adverse opinion. I had a comment just now on a timeline. I really don't want to say a timeline, and we haven't discussed with the staff on a real possible timeline. But I would say we are trying to improve this on a yearly basis. We also have the policy-based budgeting that we've started with. We're basically ended now with all the ministries. So that we go through every ministry on understanding how to have a policy-based budget and not doing things how we were always doing before. So we are taking the necessary steps. But to give a specific timeline now, MP, it would be me not giving a timeline that we haven't discussed as a ministry.
Thank you, Minister. Members of Parliament, we have come to the end of round 1, and we now move over to round 2. And the first Member of Parliament on the list is MP Rolando Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the answers to the questions. Those were some general questions with regards to the financial situation, Madam Chair, in 2019. And there was only one specific, and I know the financial statements don't go so detailed into the line items, but when I look at the incomes, one of the key incomes that I keep an eye on over these years is the incomes related to ERFPACT. And Madam Chair, in 2019, as I know the Minister will recall, we passed a certain motion August 13, 2019, related to the collection of monies that were owed by Shipyard NV. And I understood that to this date, I don't know if it was the Minister of Finance or the Minister of Romy that commented that this has not been collected as yet. I would like from the Minister an update, because this is an income based on 2019. I would like to know if the Minister can comment on where you are in finally collecting, I think it's a sum of over $1 million guilders, and the Parliament of St. Martin was pretty clear on our position. I think that was a motion by MP Emmanuel, which was broadly supported. And as a matter of fact, even in the court case with Shipyard NV, the motion was referenced by the judge in awarding the damages to the government as well. So just an update on that, whether that is going to be collected, and then maybe in a future financial statement, we'll see that line item finally existing. That'll be all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Bryson. Next, we have MP Lumida De Weaver.
I have no further comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP De Weaver. Next, we have MP William Marlin. No, geen behoefte. Next and last, we have MP Westcott Williams.
No need, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, members of Parliament. I would like to turn the floor over to the Minister for the question posed by MP Bryson. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to ERFAC in general first, Madam Chair, as I believe I mentioned earlier this year that the Ministry of Finance will be setting up a task force to deal with the ERFAC. I think that they'll also come back and some answers from the 2020, the next agenda point. But we did set up a task force in dealing with ERFAC. That's one of the areas where we have a backlog of outstanding money for us. And so far, we have already actually, this task force has now, in the last, I believe, 2 months, already collected about 800,000 guilders in ERFAC that was not collected in the past. And they are currently now in deliberations with the entity that you mentioned and dealing with that entity in regards to collecting.
Thank you, Minister. MP Bryson, clarification?
Just a clarification from the Minister, just to be clear. Did he tell the entity to go pay? That's what I would just like some clarity on.
Thank you, MP Bryson. Minister?
Yes, Madam Chair. Basically, we are in conversation with the entity to pay, obviously.
Thank you, Minister. We have come to the end of the deliberation on the... Any other clarifications, members of Parliament? If not, then it appears we have come to the end of deliberations of this agenda point. And according to Article 57 of the Rules of Order, we now go over to the voting on the draft national ordinance adopting the annual accounts of St. Martin for 2019 financial year. National Ordinance establishing annual account 2019, parliamentary year 2021 to 2022, number 159, and also on IS 1119, 2021-2022, on dated July 5th, 2022. We will vote on Article 1 until 4. The title, the consideration, the draft in its entirety. Does any member of Parliament wish to have Hope to look a stemming? Roll call. Then it appears, if that is not the case, it appears that this draft has been accepted unanimously. According to Article 88, subsection 1 of the Constitution of St. Martin, Parliament shall notify the government that Parliament has received this draft draft law in its public meeting of today, Wednesday, October 12, 2022. With that, members of Parliament, we now go over to agenda point 3. I look over to the Minister and turn the floor over to the Minister for the answers to the questions posed in agenda point 3. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll also distill, I guess, just for the record, even though I know it's not agenda point, the information that came in regards to the comment from MP Bryson, a question from MP Bryson, is that the entity is, yeah, so obviously we told them they have to come pay, and they are basically in appeal and through the court, so we are waiting on that appeal response. Moving on now with the questions and answers from MP Bryson. If you look at the deficit from 2020, what are the challenges for the ministry to have a balanced budget? Is it realistic that 2 years later that everything is okay and everything is balanced? MP Bryson, when we look at the draft budget 2023, currently there is it does have a deficit in the budget that we have currently. We are, however, doing our utmost to decrease the expenses where possible and take into account the actuals of the current and previous year. There are a number of tasks that the ministry sees as a priority. Several of these tasks are related to increasing the awareness, procedures, and effectiveness of the departments within the government to the public. A number of these tasks have been repeatedly moved every year due to budgetary constraints. In addition to that, MP, what the so-called, say, pressures of the CFT has done, though, in regards to having a balanced budget, has made us focus more on our accounts receivables. And it was a task, it was a assignment by me to the ministry and the different ministers to go and collect the money that is owed to us. I do believe that we are still accountable as a country to do this. And I hear a couple of comments and so forth about budgets and so forth being late. But what we don't talk about is accountability to not collecting money in the past, right? Me having set up a task force now to deal with AirPac, right, would have been unnecessary if the right measures and accountability were done over the last few years. Because it isn't AirPac of last year, it isn't AirPac of 2 years ago or 3 years ago. We're talking about almost a decade of neglect in certain aspects. And I told the Council of Ministers and my staff, I'm not going to every single year for the next 10 years expecting the country to be taking out loans to be paying for deficits, right, where we have money on the road, right? And I know at times it may, or in the past, it has been political issues or you don't touch that person and leave that one go and so forth. But I have, again, stressed on the ministry and the Council of Ministers that it isn't going to continue to happen this way, right? When we're going to have the budget amendment, the budget debates soon for 2022 and 2023, and of course, as MP Sarah Williams mentioned, we're going to discuss the elderly, then we're going to discuss schools, and we're going to discuss all the social areas on the island and areas we need to improve and so forth. But to have these things done, we need money. And like I mentioned before, we set up the task force for AirPac, dealing with a possible outstanding of between 11 and 12 million guilders in the last few months. We have collected 800,000 guilders, and sometimes this just requires dialogue, right? Bringing the parties in, right? We have legal representative, finance, we have a full team together, right? Sitting down. We've also had situations where persons, for example, things were just not done right in the past. Not putting a blame on any particular minister at the moment. Things were just not done right in the past. Persons that do want to pay, but we have to now fix the documentation properly so it can be paid. When we look at casinos, I believe the letters went out yesterday. Another area that when I came back from college, I was even told the financial controller actually listen, don't touch that. You don't want to deal with that, right? In the Ministry of TIAT, dealing with the casinos and the backlog there. We have now sent out 7, we've actually, I believe they're going to be hand delivered to all casinos between yesterday and today. Basically, with the amounts as owed, the agreements that we have, and they have a maximum a year to pay up their debt in regards to the casino, casino control fees and license fees, and still remaining current with their current fees. Again, an area that was neglected in the past. When we look at business licenses, right? You know, we have a separate task force now, initiated by the Ministry of Finance, working with TIAT on looking at this area also, where we already see that with current businesses, there's already a backlog of 5 million guilders there, all right? So, yes, having a balanced budget currently doesn't look real to us, but it doesn't negate our responsibility of doing what we have to do. And not just saying, we can't have a balanced budget, we need a deficit, so we need a loan. No, but understanding that the government will be taking the necessary steps to collect the money that's due to them. So when the MPs get a few complaints here and there about why the government coming for their money, right? Understand why they're going through this process. The next question, I basically answered that just now. MP asked the role of the CFT, advises to government. Does the CFT take any real financials before they advise the government on what should be? I kind of answered that just now also. We can expect the CFT is studying our financials before advising the Kingdom Council of Ministers. And again, I'll take an example of the comments that was made in the past by CFT. We're going to put in the budget, for example, every year on a consistent basis for the last 12 years that we're going to collect, let's say, 450 million guilders. So that's our revenue coming in. But every year, the reality is you collect way less. So the CFT doesn't say this, we say this every year, right? We're going to collect this, we're going to collect here, we're going to collect here, and we don't. So now, when CFT is saying, hey, your budget isn't realistic because on a consistent basis, you're not collecting the money, right, that you say you're going to collect. So now we are, as I mentioned, that's not the task force, we're now correcting those. Are they always on point? No. They also benchmark at the economic developments in Aruba and Curacao with St. Martin, and have consistently indicated to CFT, you cannot compare Aruba and Curacao to St. Martin, especially now, after 2017 and during the pandemic. With that being said, we are still recovering from hurricanes, the pandemic, and now even dealing with man-made disasters such as the war in Ukraine. I'll now go over to the question from MP Sarah Westcott Williams. The MP asks, I would like the minister to explain the deficit of 2020. It is the highest ever, higher than 2018, etc. Deficits are caused by a loss of income and increased expenses. Can the minister provide a list that causes deficit? Madam Chair, to you. The difference in result in 2019 versus 2020 is a decline of 160 million guilders. The deficit, as stated in the presentation, is mainly caused by the fact that SRP expenses are included in the income statement for the year 2020 and not in 2019. In summary, the deficit in 2020 is due to the following: 81 million guilders increase in expenses due to SRP, also 80 million guilders increase in expenses due to the impairment financial assets, and lastly, a decline in revenue of about 50 million guilders. In regards to the deficit budget, Madam Chair, I believe I answered that sufficiently through the answer I gave to MP Bryson. And I'll move on to the question by MP George Pantoflet. What happened with the budget of 40 million guilders from Mr. Gibson for the tax office? What happened with that budget? That amount was not used. Also, MP, the question regarding the bank's budget, I believe I sufficiently answered. And finally, MP Lumina De Weaver would like the minister to explain the importance of how financial statements are being done and used in the budget, how important it is to complete financial statements and preparing for the budget. MP, financial statement provides information on the actual expenses and income for the year, as well as our equity develops. Furthermore, they contain information on whether we are reaching our objectives. Thus, they are key information for the budget of the future years. It can also be used to determine in which areas we need to focus on to either align our policies to increase revenue or reduce our expenses. It also, of course, is the best tool for accountability when verifying the usage of the budget of the previous years in comparison to what was actually spent and earned. All in all, having up-to-date financial information is key in assisting us in making more realistic future budgets, MP. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister, for the responses to the questions posed in round one of the agenda point 3. I would like to now turn the floor over to members of Parliament for clarifications. Any member of Parliament? MP Westcott Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, if the Minister through you can repeat the elucidation that he gave with respect to the deficit. I heard him mention the SSRP, and then I wasn't sure what the other two were. I did not understand what the Minister said in that context. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. Minister, let me allow the other Minister to, Prime Member of Parliament for clarification, MP De Weaver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like the quote that says, "Taxes are the price we pay for a civilized society." And it made me think of the comment by the minister just now about the 6 letters that went out, because whether it's a license fee or taxes that are being paid, I think it's the price we pay for a civilized society. So the letter you were referring to going out to 6 casinos, at the same point when you're talking about gambling, for instance, which is part of the reform packages that we were working on, why only casinos though? Because if you're looking at the income from that ministry, it is also lottery. And there's some work that we both started together that is going to be unpopular, but it's also going to make a nice bump up on the financial statements of government and the revenue of government. So I'd like to know why it's only limited to that comment. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP De Weaver. Any other member of Parliament for clarifications? I see no need. Then I turn the floor over to the Minister for his response to the clarifications. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to the answer to MP Westcott Williams, it was 81 million guilders for SRP, 80 million guilders increase in expenses due to impairment of financial assets, and lastly, a decline of revenue of 50 million guilders. And I'll move on to the clarification from MP Lumina De Weaver. MP De Weaver, former Minister of TIAT, I believe for sure, you know, I was very vocal in regards to the collection of the lotteries at that time, and even the current system that they have. And for sure they were not left out. That process is also being worked on in regards to collecting of lotteries. I believe that amount, I don't want to say the amount here, but I believe, because I don't have it in front of me right now, but that is being worked on also. Just that we started with the amount that we had already and the one we could work on the fastest. I also believe there's some legislation that has to be worked out in the Ministry of TIAT. But while that legislation is being worked out, I still do believe, as you mentioned, we are owed money. And that is now the next assignment from the task force that has now rounded up the casinos part, and I believe it's 7 letters actually, not 6. Basically every casino on the island. And that process now is now being applied to the lotteries.
Thank you, Minister, for your clarifications. Members of Parliament, we now come to the end of round one, and we'll now move over to round two. And the first speaker in round two is MP Rolando Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, Minister, thank you for the answers to your questions. And I would like to ask the Minister in regards to this question of the casinos and lotteries. Is the impression from the ministry that all of the efforts that you outlined, is that being met with resistance, or are you seeing a sort of interest or eagerness from these entities to really get up to date? I asked this question also, for example, to the Minister of Justice when we were discussing the FATF. And the reason I asked that question is because the international effect of the need for them to comply with fees and FATF norms and all of that has resulted in what I believe is a paradigm shift in this industry, where they are seeking compliance in order to re-enter the financial markets. As you know, they can't trade stocks, they can't even get bank accounts, they can't do wire transfers because of the lack of compliance in St. Martin in all of these areas. So, are these steps being met favorably, or does the minister feel there's a sense of resistance? Because I think we need to really show what it was, let's say, in 2010. You wasn't there, we was in school back then. Now we are here. What is the level of interest now? That's what I would like to know. Madam Chair, also, I like that the minister is highlighting what I would term low-hanging fruit. We have things out there that we can collect, and indeed, sometimes I think maybe Minister can comment on this through you, Madam Chair, when you mentioned in a press briefing, for example, hey, we are going to start to really look at the situation at ERFPAC. So, Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, did we see just a statement saying, hey guys, we need people to come in and pay? Did you see people voluntarily coming in and saying, hey, indeed, I have owed, but can I make a payment plan? Can we do something? What is the response also from the public? Because I think what we sometimes give out is an impression that people in society, both within the business and the laborers, have a problem complying. Sometimes the lack of compliance also has to do with the complication of the system, or the ease of making payment plans, or understanding of what it is I really owe. Sometimes the layman doesn't really understand, okay, how is ERFPAC calculated? What am I supposed to do? Where do I go to pay? So is that aspect also where you have a confidence to say, look, we're making it easier for people to pay? You now have internet banking and all these different options. Is it now clearer for people what they have to pay? And as a result of that, that is where you have a certain level of confidence to say, you know what, in 2023, we can indeed grab these low-hanging fruit. But Madam Chair, on the other side of that, I understand going to collect from businesses and from individuals. But the government itself has entities that also have to pay to the government. And one of those, and I asked about it in the Central Committee meeting, Madam Chair, is the Bureau Telecom and Post. And in answer to my question, when I asked where are we, let's say from the 2020 financial statements, at the close of that, the answer was the current outstanding from BTP to government is therefore projected to be approximately 11.6 million guilders. Now, Madam Chair, since then, I did hear some public statements from the BTP that differed a little bit, where they're saying, well, on paper we might owe this, but if we have people that owe us, how do we pay the government? But Madam Chair, again, that still comes back to government, because who's the biggest, let's say, creditor of BTP? Then that's Telem. Not Telem, okay? I would like to know who are the biggest creditors to BTP, or maybe not saying, where does Telem lie in that picture? Because they are a government-owned entity. Are they compliant? We need to find out, because if that is 11.6 million guilders, is that still the case today? Because these are the 2020 financial statements. Maybe there's been some payments then. Maybe it has actually gone up. But if we're talking 11 million guilders, hey, maybe that's a big source of dealing with a situation where indeed you might not need as much loans as you think. But just in general, I guess a general comment, Madam Chair, that also the government-owned entities, we have to lead by example as government. We can't put all the burden on the private sector and the businesses and only focusing on, but yeah, the businesses need to pay, and then our own entities, are they paying dividends? Are they paying, the concession fees or whatever the financial arrangement is? And are we getting to the bottom of all these multi-billion-dollar collective entities contributing what they need to contribute back to the government but simultaneously with going at the business sector and saying that, well, y'all got debt, you got to pay. No problem. They are going to pay, but I think our own government entities also have to pay their part as well. So I would like a general comment from the minister regarding his approach to government-owned entities and their need to also comply and contribute the same way we want our private sector and our private citizens to contribute. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Bryson. Next, we have MP Sarah Westcott-Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and a good afternoon. Madam Chair Lady, we've heard the minister say, maybe repeat, how many of the things that he is supposed to or expected to fix. And this wasn't done in the past, that wasn't done in the past. Of course, we're not hearing what the minister did meet that was good to follow, to do, to continue with, but I guess that's the dynamics of the political arena that we're all in. Madam Chair Lady, but what caught my attention was in fact, before I go to what caught my attention, I wondered if, given all of these things that the minister and some of his colleagues found of past things not having gone right, not having tackled, whether the minister, based on, I don't expect him to go out there and ask everybody and every former politician and every former minister, but especially in the circles of the minister, if these items that he found to be what they are, if these are being discussed by those who now are still in the circle of the minister and might have been responsible for whatever happened or did not happen, is my question. Did the minister try to get any feel or tries to get any feel from those in his political circle that might have been or might have encountered the issues that the minister is encountering now, is my question. To me, that would be the first thing. Madam Chair Lady, every time I hear this matter about casinos and lotteries, and I know the ministers, albeit a small part, because he's responsible for government revenue. So he's not a primary one responsible for the social part of matters like gambling on St. Martin. Does the minister, from his perspective as a member of the Council of Ministers, is it ever brought forward as you seek to collect what is outstanding? And I mean, there are no two ways to put that. What's outstanding has to be paid. But is the government of St. Martin, the Council of Ministers, of which the minister is a member, is the Council of Ministers looking closer at the issue of gambling in general? And what is taking the issue of dealing with the lotteries? Why is it taking so long? Now we're hearing legislation has to come to Parliament. When is it going to come? When members of Parliament have requests to deal with the matter of lottery, etc. on St. Martin? Where is this? Who is supporting lotteries on St. Martin? Who, in the view of the minister? Who? What does it provide? What is the added economic benefit of that, besides government getting a finance? Or getting finances from it? What is it? The whole casino thing. What is government's view and policies on casinos in general on the island today? Forget about the legal part and the banking and the not banking, and what's government view on casinos today on St. Martin? Is my question to the minister. because he must have encountered some of this in his discussions with those who, according to some of us in here, are more than willing to pay. So why can't they? Why have they not been until now? It would be interesting to know who told the minister when he came in as a civil servant that that's an area not to touch. And how often since that has the minister heard that, and from whom? Madam Chair Lady, is my question. And I guess I'll leave it here. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. Next, we have MP George Pontiflet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Who told the minister, don't touch? Madam Chair, 2005. I asked, I had about 2 years, I believe, in Island Council. I started 2003. I said, what's going on with the Casino Gaming Board, Madam Chair? What was happening with the Casino Gaming Board? 2005, Madam Chair, 17 years ago. I was told that I should get legal advice and come with a law myself in order to deal with that matter. Madam Chair, 2005, again in my, I would say, ignorance, I said, the pensioners are suffering. How can we find a way to ease the pressure on the pensioners? How much taxes is being taken from the pensioners, Madam Chair? That was my question, not knowing, how the process was at a time. And I was told, Madam Chair, via the then Lieutenant Governor, that information cannot be divulged, Madam Chair, by the then government. 2005, 17 years ago. So, Madam Chair, it is a fact that what is happening today is based on what was not done properly in the past, Madam Chair. But, Madam Chair, I'm very happy to see that finally a government that we are praying that remains stable can get things done. Because, Madam Chair, the matter of the casinos, definitely I know for a fact in 2010, our first budget meeting as a parliament, I'd ask, but everybody's being collected. What's wrong with the casinos? How come they're not being touched? At the time, they owe something like 10 or 15 million guineas, Madam Chair. So yes, what is happening now, Madam Chair, has to do what did not take place in the past. Madam Chair, I'm happy to see that definitely at least we're getting something done now. And one of the things I said, Madam Chair, those that owe government large sums of money, and let me say in this case the casinos, could make agreements even back then to pay the past expenses and also maintain the current expenses, Madam Chair, or the present fees, which is happening now. But that should have started years ago, Madam Chair. When I mentioned the issue of the casino fees, as to why it was not increased since 1989, Madam Chair. 33 years ago, we're still paying the same. They're still paying the same fees. But again, Madam Chair, it depends on who's running what, Madam Chair. I should have walked with a copy of a letter I think I requested a meeting to have a discussion concerning the casino fees and the lottery fees, Madam Chair. I think it was March this year. We're in October, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the issue of the Erfpacht. I had a suggestion that I mentioned some time ago with regards to us as civil servants, where we can have what you call a standing order, where instead of us having to be reminded every year to pay our long lease, that it can be taken from our salary and paid into government coffers directly. A suggestion. Because I confess that I was guilty, I forgot about it and so on, and had to go pay it afterwards. So I'm saying that could be a manner, Madam Chair, of ensuring that at least government, civil servants or government workers or those who are working with government can have a standing order where every year, when the time comes around, the money is automatically taken out of their salaries and paid into the government coffers, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the issue of accounts receivables, I'm glad the Minister mentioned that. I can recall when years ago, I'd asked the issue of bad debts. because there's certain receivables that are considered bad debts because they are uncollectible. So my question is, Madam Chair, did that happen where this government had to write off some old debts because they were basically uncollectible? Madam Chair, for me, it's important that what is taking place in regards to the Ministry of Finance, that it continues, Madam Chair, because I'm one who's asking consistently for debt cancellation. But at the same time, I'm keeping in mind we have to make sure that our financial house is in order. So when we present it to the Dutch counterparts or whatever, that we can say, well, this is what we have done, and therefore, basically, by you giving us debt cancellation, it can make us more financially independent. So, Madam Chair, let us put the politics behind. Let us focus on what is ahead, Madam Chair, is to work together as a people to ensure that as much as possible we give the people what they deserve. Because if we continue this manner, Madam Chair, for looking at everything to cause whatever chaos or confusion, Madam Chair, we will not go forward. And I like what the governor, the incoming governor, Mr. Ajamu Bailey, LMM, said. And I got to paraphrase because I don't have the paper in front of me. He said, everyone have to pay their fair share. Everyone have to pay their fair share. And we know when it comes to tax compliance, Madam Chair, we are not where we're supposed to be. I read a report from, I believe, the former Prime Minister until Mr. H.N. Ice, where he detailed exactly where the issues are. So we're all responsible. So, Madam Chair, I wish the ministry much more success. Continue doing what you're doing. If we owe government, we have to pay. If we owe, we have to pay. There are certain things. We want the hospital to be fixed. We want the roads to be fixed. We want the education system to be fixed, Madam Chair. It calls for money. And it starts with us as civil servants, as responsible people of this country, doing our part. So that when we present our request to the Dutch government for debt cancellation, they can see that we're doing what we have to do. So, Madam Chair, let us get serious. Let us get serious. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Ponderflet. Last, we have MP Ludmila De Wever for questions.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I not so much a question, just a comment that I'm actually really interested to see, you know, the progress that will be made on the casino and lottery booths collection, because I know that Tessie and Leroy Child, I don't get money to play for free on casino tables, so I'm really waiting to see what's going to come of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP De Wever. I'd like to now turn the floor over to the Minister. Minister, you're able to respond immediately, or would you like to? I'll take a 3-minute adjournment. Meeting adjourned for 3 minutes. Welcome back, members of parliament. I'd like to now turn the floor over to the Minister of Finance for the answers to the questions posed in the second round. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll now start with the questions and answers by MP Rolanda Bryson. The MP asked a question in regards to the impressions by the lottery companies and casinos, and if there was any resistance. I would say, in anticipation, while we were developing the task force and the strategy going forward to get the money that was owed to us, I did expect resistance, and I was very much prepared for that. Surprisingly, no, MP, there wasn't much resistance, and I believe the reason why was because of dialogue. We sent out the emails, we had conversations. One of the reasons why they said, for example, some casinos said, oh, they never got a bill, right? And I told them, not because you never got a bill, you know you have a license, you're operating, right? So not because you didn't get a bill, that don't mean you don't owe it, because there was a fixed fee, so you know what that fee is. So you have a responsibility and accountability to pay. And then we also realized that, let's say, addresses change, for example. So the bill has been going to the specific address where we have it established in our system that this is your office, right? But they moved their headquarters or office to another location. So they haven't been physically getting their bills, for example. So what we did was we've asked them all for their email addresses, the contact person that can make decisions, the current address, the right address, and also inform them that once they do change their address, they have to inform us on changing their address and then on their new address, as one simple aspect. Another aspect, the casinos in the past have protested certain amounts and so forth, and again, no response was given in the past to be able to continue to proceed. So for them it was, I protested, no response was given by government, so it ended there. So all of these items is what we basically fixed during this process. The next question from MP Bryson regarding to low-hanging fruit, airpack and so forth, and did the ministry or the government see people come in voluntarily to pay after the statement was made? And I believe the statement you're referring to is a statement in press briefing that was made a few months ago, top of the year, where I indicated that we are starting this process of collecting airpack and so forth. And yes, we did have persons come in voluntarily to, not just to pay, but to get clarity, like you mentioned. There are companies, individuals, entities that knew they had airpack, assumed things were being paid and so forth. And this was not the case. There was also, let's say, cases where a sale happened. A transaction happened, so a building on top, airpack and so forth, and they want to pay, right? So we have at times persons that are just unaware, seemingly. Again, the other issue again was with the address changes, right? So I believe a third of all, or half of all of the letters that went out from the post office returned. So that's a pretty high amount. So that means we also have
Sorry, the cost us too.
Yes, and it also costs us money, right? To be printing these documents, having the people to do it and so forth, and going out to have at least a third come back. So that's an issue also that we're trying to tackle also. And also going more digital, right? So having the proper email addresses and so forth, and phone numbers so that we can send it directly to the email addresses. Yes, the next question was in regards to BTP and outstanding. Yes, there is an outstanding at BTP, as the MP mentioned, the whole process, and it is being looked into and tackled. I would also like to say that BTP has been working very hard on getting their financials cleaned up. They actually, their 2021, I believe, is done, or 2020. And it's very clear, and I want to congratulate them on this, on their efforts, even during the process that they had with the director and everything, that they were still able to do this. When looking at MP's next question in regards to government-owned companies and their accountability, the Ministry of Finance has provided a dividend policy to the Council of Ministers, approved by the Council of Ministers, that has been sent to all the government-owned entities, I believe now, and where we want to start a process of collecting dividends from the government-owned entities. But I'd also like to make a remark on the current CEO of the port, Mr. Alex Gomes, because to our surprise, the port had their own initiative, right, to show their importance on wanting to give back what is owed to government. So they also came up with their own dividend policy and other factors, which I won't discuss right now, to the Council of Ministers, and how they want to be able to give more to government when it comes to fees and dividends and so forth. So I think you're right, MP, in terms of the entities themselves realizing that they have an accountability, right, to the people of St. Martin, actually, and doing their process and being able to pay dividends and so forth. And I'll move on to the question by MP Sarah Scott Williams. MP basically was, MP made a comment in regards to mentioning what was done in the past, what was not done in the past, and maybe not recognizing what another minister did or not. I'd like to be clear here. Even the things that I am working on now, it doesn't mean that I'm doing it now in hopes that if I'm not here anymore, that somebody else continues as long as it is in the best interest of the country, St. Martin. Do we specifically go in to see who did what and when? No. I would hope that in working for the country, right, if I started something, that the next Minister of Finance that comes in, right, continues in that process, if it's something good for the country. But I find it very difficult. I don't get why the MP keeps trying to go back to why we mentioned the past. I mean, the MP herself, in her own statement, referred back to the past again. All right, so saying that we keep on talking about the past, but then in her next question refers back to if I didn't go back to ask another minister or somebody in my circle about the past, you're asking me something to do. You asked me to do something that you just said not to do, basically. And it's hard not to do those things because we need to understand where we were to understand where we're going, right? As MP DeWeaver mentioned, when she was a minister, we had these discussions, and she mentioned in her comment that it will be unpopular, right? And these were discussions that we had as ministers, and I told her, I said, MP, these are going to be very unpopular discussions, right? And initiatives that we're going to take, right? It wasn't popular discussions that we were having at that point in time. And when MP Basket mentions that, yeah, but you don't mention what the other minister did or not. We don't get a handbook of the last 12 years of who all did what and what they did, but we do see what didn't go right. And I don't think I've ever put blame on any particular minister inside of here, but MP DeWeaver could attest to this. When dealing with the lotteries, right, there were some very scary things happening, right? With persons being paid, with no accountability. And I forget a specific area, MP DeWeaver, so maybe you could correct me in terms of persons would be paid to look at numbers, for example, and there was no accountability to it, right? And I don't know the full process from my head, but I know the MP does for sure. And that was an area the MP was tackling. Very unpopular. We ended it. We ended that process while we were there. It wasn't a popular decision. So yes, do we look back to see what was done right or wrong? Yes, because we have to look at those areas to be able to fix the current problems. Again, a lot of things that were not done properly was purely out of neglect. That's just also a fact. Moving on to question 2 for MP Sarah Williams. MP wanted a position from the government through myself on casinos and lotteries. I would say that the casinos on the island started before St. Martin was even a country. That's since before Nez Antilles days. And it isn't my responsibility to look at why and so forth the casinos were started back then and so forth, but it is my responsibility to look at the revenues not collected and the revenues that we should be collecting. And that is the process that we are heading now when it comes to lotteries, casinos, and so forth. In regards to legislation, there is, as was mentioned by MP DeWeaver, a process that was started already by the Council of Ministers also in tackling the lottery booths and having it set up properly. As MP Bryson mentioned, they also want to be properly regulated so that they can also meet their financial regulations. So this process is happening. And now move on to, oh yes, also in addition to that answer, the gaming authority is also being worked on through an interministerial process and project. And now move on to the question posed by MP George Pontefet. I guess it was a statement because the MPs also, he mentioned that what we're handling today was definitely didn't start with me. It was something from the past. Let's see. There's many comments and statements by the MP. Yeah, basically many comments and statements by the MP. And also the MP also mentioned that we have to get our financial house in order to be able to operate and execute all these social plans. And lastly, I move on to the statement made by MP Lumina DeWeaver in regards to the casino lottery fees, and that she will follow the development, MP. Yes, we are also willing, I believe, myself and the Minister of TIAT be able to come in and also update you on the process in regards to casino lottery fee collection. I believe in answering the questions for MP Bryson, I also touch a lot on your last statement, MP, but I'm willing to clarify anything if possible, if willing.
Thank you, Ministers, for your answers to the questions posed in the second round of Agenda Point 3. I now turn the floor over to the members of Parliament if there's need for any clarifications. Yes, MP DeWeaver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a clarification because while we are congratulating BTP, let me be very clear on how BTP went down and why their financials are up to date. The highest risk any financial auditor has when they're dealing with a company or dealing with an audit is integrity risk. So the decisions that I took while I was Minister of TIAT is exactly the reason why BTP has financial statements. It is not a popular decision. It was definitely not one that they were trying to cooperate with. And I actually didn't need the vote or the approval of the Council of Ministers to do it within my power as minister. I didn't need a Council of Ministers, but I also didn't have the support of the Council of Ministers except for 4 persons. So let me be very clear. When they're going to start congratulating BTP, it was a decision made by me and I will defend my role. Minister of Finance, through you, was one of those persons that didn't support that decision. So when you're passing on approval and congratulations, make sure you give Jack his jacket, and I'm going to make sure I take mine right now. I just wanted to clarify that and put that down, because one of the nice things about BTP is they're actually making progress now. And the same way that the Minister of Finance is bringing this government in this country up to date with their financial statements is exactly what I did during my role as the Minister of TIA. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I just had a minister moment there. Thank you, MP De Weaver, for your clarification. Is there any other member of Parliament that wish to have the floor for clarifications? I see no need. Minister, would you like to respond to the clarification?
Yes, Madam Chair. First of all, I think what the votes, I can't remember all the votes in Council of Ministers, but I do believe how votes happen in Council of Ministers remain in Council of Ministers. So that's unfortunate by the MP, because there's a lot of other votes that happened in the Council of Ministers that we don't bring to the public. But I want to clarify what was stated in regards to support. I believe, since it's already there, what I did ask specifically was for more information. And if you look at the, before we voted, right? And in addition to that, I take nothing away, just like I mentioned earlier on in the process of the lotteries and casinos and so forth, I also indicated that was something that we both thought was important, and even though it was unpopular. In addition to that, the last year or so, BTP also has worked hard on this process. We sat down with them. SRB was here with them also a few weeks ago, where they also said that the cooperation of BTP and how they worked needs to be commended. So I'm just repeating also the comments of the auditor. And yes, you also mentioned that you had the support of the 4 members of the Council of Ministers, but you also mentioned that you could have done it on your own, MP, but the support of the Council was there. The support of the Council of Ministers was there for you. And lastly, in regards to BTP, like I mentioned before, it's not my opinion also. It was the comments made by SWAB on the hard work that the BTP also put in for getting their audit done on time and the way it was done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Members of Parliament, we have come to the ending of the deliberation of this agenda point. And according to Article 57 of the Rules of Order, we now go over to the voting of the draft national ordinance establishing the annual accounts of St. Martin for the financial year of 2020. National Ordinance establishing annual accounts 2020, parliamentary year 2021-2022, number 162, and also found under IS 1170, parliamentary year 2021-2022, dated August 10th, 2022. We will vote on Articles 1 till 4, the title, the consideration, the draft in its entirety. Does anyone wish to have hoofdelijke stemming? If not, then the draft is unanimously accepted. According to Article 88, subsection 1 of the Constitution of St. Martin, Parliament shall notify the government that Parliament has approved this draft law in its public meeting of today, Wednesday, October 12, 2022. I would like to thank you, Minister, Mr. Artwell Arian, and your support staff, Mr. Grenham and Mr. Peels, for their presence here today and for providing the necessary information. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this public meeting, and I thank you for your participation and hereby close this meeting.